How's it going, guys? Joe here. Today we're going to be doing part 2 of that Python programming series. So let's just jump right in. So first of all, we're going to be obviously continuing the development of that Python user interface, where I'm basically trying to... How can I sum this up real quick? I'm sorry, I didn't really prepare for that part at all. I'm basically trying to retrieve video bookmarks that I saved through Media Player Classic on Windows. And I want to be able to view them on the Mac easily. And to do that, I've created a Python user interface program. So, yeah, today we're going to be continuing that. And I'm hoping to get this done in a reasonable amount of time because it's pretty much just as late as it was when I started last time. So, yeah, let's just jump right into it. So first of all, I said that I would be showing how I automated exporting the registries and stuff for bookmarks. I said that I would show you that last time, but I never did that, so I think I'm gonna get that out of the way and show you guys right away. So I'll do a little bit of a refresher, then show you how I automate everything. So on the Windows computer, yes, I am actually doing this kind of setup again. So obviously we have Media Player Classic right here, which has bookmarks and all sorts of stuff like that. What's one that we can watch real quick? So I can easily take video bookmarks and save it in Media Player Classic and go to it later. And to fetch the specific line, which is always going to be the same line regardless. Unless I'm a moron and use it wrong. So as you can see, just by clicking this bookmark right here, it pulled up this video. And it did it right at this time code that you can see right there. Which is pretty cool. So I not only didn't have to find the video myself, but it took care of all of that as well as going to the point. So how do I save these bookmarks? Because I don't really have a special way that I can save it. Other than, yeah, even right here, I can't just save it. So the option that I have is finding it within the registry. So I just search for the registry editor, and that's user account control. And I apologize if you're hearing this buzzing noise. That's my Steam controller, which I'm using to control the Windows computer. When I'm in programs with administrative privileges, that's what tends to happen. So I apologize about that. I'll maybe bring the controller further away. So anyway, to locate those bookmarks so that they can be saved, to go to HKey current user, software, Media Player Classic, home cinema, favorites, files, and those are all the favorites right there. All those favorites that we saw on the list from earlier. Right. Come on. Great. Right here, this list right there. That's all here. And to save it, we can just export, right? But that can be kind of a hassle, especially if we do it a lot like I do. Sometimes mind you, I have thousands, literally thousands. It's pretty much at the 2,500 mark at this point. And I'm not exaggerating. That's about where it is. Maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit. It's more like 2,440. That's about where it really is. I'm only exaggerating by about 60. But anyway, you can save it as a .reg file, which you could use with a text editor. And I've shown you this in part 1. If you want to fully understand everything, watch part 1 before you watch this. I'm not going to go over that too much, but I'm just kind of reminding you guys how this whole thing works. So obviously we got the .reg file, which so I have this folder with this .reg file, and all the bookmarks are stored in there. But I typically move it to a plain text file so that Python can read it properly. Anyway, that's actually not all that important to this. So how do I automate exporting the file without going into the .reg or without going into the registry editor? Well, I've got a bunch of scripts that can help me with that. So what I've done is I've created a batch script, which it's just a file that's got a .bat on it extension, and you would normally load like execute commands in the command prompts. There's a little bit of lag. I just want to make sure that everything is responsive, which it is. Sorry about that buzzing once again. I was scrolling on the Steam controllers, which I've been using the entire time. No keyboard yet in this video, despite how much I've been using the computer so far. But everything's pretty responsive, so I don't think the video's freezing up. I was just checking that real quick. So anyway, back to here. So this is a command that you can run in the command prompt, so I'm just gonna copy and paste. So this is how you export a registry. You do reg export, and then this hkcu is the hkey current user, just to convey. Come on. So this folder up here, hkey current user, that's what that hkcu is. You want to do like hkey local machine, that's hklm. I don't remember what the rest are, but they have an abbreviation. So of course it's hkey current user software mpchc. This is that full path with backslashes between everything. So it's hkey current user software mpchc, and again favorites / files, which is, come on, right there. This right here is basically this right here. And then what reg file do you want to use to save it? I'm saving it in a file called bookmarks.reg, and normally you would specify the full system path, but since I'm saving it in the same location as the .bat file right there, I'm basically I can just specify the name of the .reg file since it's in the same folder. And then this /y at the end makes it so that if it already exists, it'll overwrite without asking for confirmation, which, trust me, that gets annoying after a while when it's like, are you sure you want to overwrite? This /y will do it, no questions asked. So I have this .bat file. All I have to do is double click it, and it'll export the .reg file. I could double click it 5 times in 10 seconds, and I've exported it 5 times that quickly. So if you want to export a registry, you use reg export, the path of the actual registry thing, the file you want to save it to, and then automatically overwrite it. So that's what that's how you export it using the command line. And that's what I've pretty much always been doing. Because if I had to go into reg edit every time, especially with this controller, you saw how aggravating it is just to open that up. All I have to do is double click the file, and within a second it exports. It's amazing. So then normally I would have this file already open in Notepad++. even if I have Notepad++ open, it'll update the text as I export the registry again. So then I would normally open a Notepad document so that it's plain text, because as you're aware, the actual .reg files has like name blah blah blah. To be honest, I don't know if that part's gonna make too much sense, but I created a Python script that can offset the name inside each file. So like the name 0, if I actually wanted that to say like 69 to 78 or whatever this is, then I would offset it by 69. And to do that, I would just have to change this offset right here to that number, right? And then by running that Python script, it'll shift all those name variables down by that much. Then if I want to shift it up, I just do a negative number right there. So that works pretty slick. And yes, I just did undo on the controller. It does pretty much everything, like I said before. So then, yeah, that's what this script essentially does. It opens the plain text.txt that I pasted everything into, and then it'll basically shift all the name offsets, and this is the code that accomplishes that. Then it writes out all the changes to make it take effect. So that's how I've accomplished that. So that's actually quite handy. So then once I offset everything, then I copy it to that large file that has over 2,000 name whatever records in it. And then once I've deleted it from the .reg file, just to empty out my favorites temporarily. Man, I feel like this explanation is so jumbled up. I sincerely apologize for that. But if I want to kind of empty all my favorites temporarily but still have them stored somewhere, that's kind of what I'm talking about right now. But then if I want to write stuff to the registry, like I temporarily delete the entries in the .reg file, what if I want to write that back to the registry? How do I do that? Well, that's what this bat file does. So what I actually do is I delete the entire registry with all the bookmarks and everything. I delete the whole files registry and everything. Because if there's like 15 names in the registry and I'm only overwriting 10 of them, there's still going to be another 5 that are irrelevant. So I just get rid of everything. And then I just run the reg file. It's as simple as that. I just run that .reg file. And then that'll allow me to save that registry file into the registry and overwrite what was there before. And so if none of this stuff made sense, what I showed you is just, to sum it up, I have this is how you export stuff from the registry. This is how you import stuff from a registry file into the registry. And this is just to offset the numbers that are in the registry files that I typically do. Might not be relevant to you, but that's essentially what I just showed you. All of that is just importing and exporting stuff from the registry. Simple as that. So yeah, I think there was something else I was gonna show, but I can't quite think of it. What? Oh, the registry editor's stealing my control over everything. Okay. I'm sorry guys, just bear with me here. There we go. What? Something is not right for me. Let me pause this and get it all worked out. You are not gonna believe this, but the whole stream video shut down. I'm not even kidding. I literally... everything just stopped recording and the computer started shutting down, which meant that my entire setup was, from a hardware perspective, got all screwed up and I had to set everything up again. Why did that happen? Glitchy Windows 10, I think. What likely occurred is something with Windows 10 hotkeys. Sometimes hotkeys can get all glitchy, like if you press Alt, you're probably aware of some of the keyboard shortcut glitches that can occur with that. I think something pertaining to that might have just happened that caused my entire computer to start shutting down. And that means that the first part of this recording did not even get saved correctly, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to get that fixed. I might be able to fix the recording, but it's corrupt as of right now. I might be able to salvage some data from it, but... well, I do have the ability to shut down and restart the PC, and I think some weird button somehow got pressed with that, so... I've disabled that. I can still put the computer to sleep, which might be kind of risky, but it's a lot less risky than shutting down the whole computer like it was. So that abrupt cut was literally from this computer trying to shut down. Thought it might have been a Windows update, but there's no current updates pending. So there goes another 20-25 minutes. I had to set this up all again. I hope I even did it correctly in the first place. Not even sure if I did. So, aggravating. Hopefully now it'll work fine. Everything seems to be working okay. I also had a Stream Deck button glitching out on me. That's what I use to control everything. I had a button glitch out on me as well, and I happened to catch that while I was testing everything again. That would have been happening throughout the entire video, the problem that I was having. So, at least I now got that solved. So the video might have actually paused during random moments. I'm not sure. If the video did abruptly pause, it's because of this Stream Deck glitch that I had. I got that all worked out now, so hopefully things go smoothly from here on out. As I always say, rough things in the beginning will just prepare me for good stuff happening later. Hopefully that's what all this nonsense means tonight. So, yeah, we have a lot to do, so let's just get to it. Okay, so I showed you how I load and save stuff from the registry, that Python script. There's one other thing I want to show you that's quite handy regarding auto hotkey. So what I showed you is not everything that I like to do on the couch quite yet. Another thing that I like to do is, at least that works successfully. I'm a little hyper vigilant about things breaking now. So this code right here, I was actually going to explain this last time too, but I'll do that real quick before we hop into everything else and finalize the software. So what this does is, this is an auto hotkey script. So if you've heard of auto hotkey, you can like automate a whole bunch of different things by pressing keyboard shortcuts and things like that. I've got auto hotkey with my whole setup here. And some of my Stream Deck buttons rely on auto hotkey to function properly. But it's quite handy, that's the main point. And what this code does right here is if I let me think. So if I press this button on my Steam controller, just know that I'm pressing a button. It'll basically skip the intro of whatever show I'm trying to bookmark. So typically there'll be an intro with every episode, as you're aware. But I made a button be able to skip it, essentially. And that's what the code highlighted there does. Now, you're probably wondering why is the stuff inside of here the same as right here? Well, because sometimes there's also an outro that may need to be skipped, since there's multiple episodes that can be stored on a single disc. And what I'm really doing is I'm just pressing the right arrow a bunch of times. That's what pressing this does. It'll just press the right arrow a bunch of times, skip through it. Sometimes the outro and the intro are different lengths, so that's what these two things are. Recently, it's been the exact same length with the intro and outro. It makes sense because the music is exactly the same. So, but if they're different lengths, then I can change this. How many times am I pressing the right arrow? That's what these are here. It just alternates between those two. It'll like press it twice, then the next time I press it, it'll do it 3 times, for example. Not right now, but I can do that. And then it just keeps alternating between 2 and 3 right arrow presses for the intro and outro. So that's what this does. What's even more useful yet is this code right here. So this is kind of an alternative to typical bookmarking. So obviously you can create bookmarks in Media Player Classic, right? And bookmark moments like this. Well, what if you're watching a video and you only want to bookmark where you left off? Well, if you have like thousands of bookmarks, then it'll create a new bookmark each time you want to mark where you left off. And that can be kind of a pain because you have to go and find it and possibly scroll through a long list. But what if that bookmark could always be at the beginning, even if you recreate the bookmark? Would there be a way to have it always at the beginning, no matter how many times you bookmark something? Well, that's what this code does right here. It makes it so that I don't have to recreate a bookmark every time I save where I left off. It'll overwrite an existing bookmark. What this does is it overwrites a bookmark that already exists. And so let's say I'm going through this original video right here, which is, believe it or not, this video is originally 13.5 hours long. The original video is 13.5 hours long, so you can see how I would bookmark where I left off multiple times, because I wouldn't be watching that all in one session. So I make it so if I hold down this button here, it overwrites the bookmark of where I left off, which doesn't exist right now, but it very well could using this code. I map the Steam controller to press Control T, which is what I typically use to open up a new tab in a web browser, but I can also use it for this when Media Player Classic is in focus. Otherwise, it does its original purpose. So that's pretty useful. So yeah, what this does is it actually retrieves the time code that I'm currently at right there. That's what the top part of the code does, and then it parses it all out so that it can convert it to that 10 million number that's in the registry file. It doesn't have as much precision, but it's accurate down to the second, which is good enough for me. So each time I press a key, it'll get the current time code from the window using this code, and then convert it from hour, minute, second to that 10 million number. It gets the number of seconds and multiplies it by 10 million. That's the number that's supposed to go into the registry. And then the thing is, I'm dealing with several different files and not just one. But since they're all in different subdirectories, I haven't retrieved the current title of the video, which fortunately is the title of the Media Player Classic window. They happen to correlate together. And then I loop through the master directory where all the subdirectories are. And it'll be able to figure out the path of like, what's the location of the Season 4 Disk 3 file, for example. Well, it'll recursively go through all the folders until it finds that specific file. And then once it does, it has the whole path figured out based on the title alone. I mean, imagine that you have the title of a video, but you don't know where it's located. Well, it can search this specific title all over your computer or within a certain directory. And then once it finds that file, then all of a sudden you have the full path. And that's what this a_loop file full path is right there. And this will add a new entry to the registry. We're not adding a .reg file or removing anything. We're adding something to an existing registry. And this is how you do it. That's the path. This is the type of entry we're adding. This is the name of it. In this case, I had name 2, but it could just as easily be like name 69 or something. I'd probably actually have it named 0. That'll be the very first. So every time I press the button, it'll overwrite this entry right here if this is named 0. It'll overwrite the third one if it's named 2. And then this is exactly what goes into the registry right here. So the name of the bookmark would be like video resume. That number that we calculated based on where I left off, this is always a 0 no matter what. And then the full path of whatever file I have open, it searches it so it knows the full path, and then it puts that right in there. Then the /f will automatically overwrite. And then for some reason, I've had glitches where certain modifier keys would be held down, so this will basically release Control Alt Win Shift in case they're stuck down for some reason virtually. It's a common auto hotkey glitch that can occur. So then I haven't moved the mouse just so I can tell that I pressed the button successfully. It's pretty handy. I can tell that everything worked with that, so that's quite a useful auto hotkey script right there. I don't know anybody who's done anything like this, but it basically allows me to press a button on the Steam controller to overwrite an existing bookmark with where I've currently left off, rather than creating a whole new one. And that was, you have no idea how handy that was. This is how I did that. So, all this code that I showed, I probably won't post it to GitHub, but if you guys request me to, just in case you want to use it for anything, I will do it upon request, but only if I'm requested to do it. So, if you want it, request it. Otherwise, I'm not going to do it. Or else maybe I'll get to it eventually, but it might be years from now. So maybe when I retired, we'll see. So anyway, just wanted to show you some scripts that I use for this whole works, and I could do this all while I'm on the couch, which is quite handy. If you came here for the coding and not the scripts that I just showed you right here, then the rest of the video will have coding, don't worry. I really hope that I can recover the corrupt video, because there's some data in it, but some is missing because it didn't save properly. And it's really hard to play the video right now. But hopefully I can get it reconstructed using Handbrake. If you're able to see the entire video from the beginning, that means it worked, because you're in the future with fancy technology. I'm stuck here right now, not even sure if that's gonna work. So I'm stressed out about that. Anyway, let's get some coding done, shall we? Okay, I'm thinking it'll go smoothly from here, hopefully. Fortunately, the Mac is still on, and I have several programs on there. So I didn't have to worry about setting that up again. That would have sucked if I did. So, yeah, that's pretty much everything I was going to show pertaining to the bookmark stuff. So, oops. Okay, there we go. Alright. Let's get to some actual Python coding, see if we can get this program written. It's already 12:30 in the morning, and I'm just getting started. This could be like 4 hours long, so it might be up till 4:30. And it's Tuesday morning right now, and I'm not going to get much sleep tonight. But again, I won't let that ruin the quality of this video. I would wait to do the video till a better time, but it's going to be late at night regardless. And if I'm sleeping in, I want to be able to utilize lucid dreaming, but I have to get up early tomorrow, so may as well stay up late. And then I can catch up the following night. That's what I'm doing. So, I'm sorry about rambling so much. Let's get to the coding now. Yeah, so if the video randomly paused, I sincerely apologize about that. I gotta connect the keyboard and mouse back to the Mac because I had to set everything up again. Okay. Now I'm experiencing some graphical glitches. It looks like you're not, fortunately, but I am. So let me see if I can... Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I'm experiencing some ridiculous graphical glitches right now. I'm gonna see if I can fix it again. That's probably a bad idea. Oh, well, the glitches just went away, so that was worth it. And we're still recording. Good. I don't want to have to think about production stuff anymore. I'm tired of this. Alright. So I'm going to close this out. So this is the .text file. We may be referencing this eventually. So what are we going to be doing today? Well, I thought we would do some refactoring and basically fixing up some of the code. Fixing some of the glitches we were experiencing and that type of stuff, and then we'll start adding that new features that I said we would be doing. As you can see, the internet now works. What's really funny is right after I finished part 1 of this series, the internet came back on within about 45 minutes, I think, and I was still awake at that point. It was like 4:15, I think, roughly, when it came back on, and I decided to take advantage of that and upload the video while most people weren't using the internet. So, I mean, I pretty much got no sleep that night. But, yeah. What's really funny is the internet's been working very good since then, but hilariously, it went out again like a day or two ago, just like when I did part 1. I thought that was hilarious how the internet would work perfectly fine until I do part 2, essentially. Worked fine once I finished part 1. 2 weeks later, when I'm doing part 2, it kicks out again. I hope this is the last part because it's gonna kick out every time I make these videos, otherwise. Anyway, let's do this. Hopefully no more technical glitches. Although it could mean it's a dream with all these glitches that I have. But I am still in the process of doing this video. And I've determined that as long as I'm doing this video, it's reasonable to think I'm probably awake. Anyway, let's tune up this software. So, the first thing, we're gonna basically fix some glitches before we add new features, as I think software should be written with. What I mean by that is sometimes I feel like Microsoft Windows, for example, I feel like they tend to prioritize new features over fixing bugs that have existed like forever. And I find that pretty aggravating. So, yeah. I think that they should work out the bugs before they add new features personally. But that's how I'm going to be writing this software here. I'm going to work out all the bugs before adding new features. So the first thing I thought we should do is redefine how I did this loop. I did realize this in part 1, but technically I don't need 2 separate loops to do this. I can actually copy everything to here and get rid of that loop entirely. And that should accomplish the same thing. So, typically I think you want to test after each change that's made. So why don't we run a test real quick. Okay, so I think it still works if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. We got a picture, we got the index, we got the time code. I believe it's working just fine. Unless that time code is wrong. Kind of want to verify that real quick. So let's come back to Windows for a second. Oh, sure enough, 9 hours 55, right? Yeah, okay. I thought it might have been earlier in the video. It just seems kind of weird that the third bookmark would be 9 hours into a video. 20 minutes, that would make more sense. But anyway, it still works despite that change we made to it. So that's good to know. So that's the first change I wanted to make to it. Second, I think we should I feel like I made a slight little mistake on here. So obviously to calculate the seconds, I said that we take the total number of frames divided by 60. But that's not really what we want. We want to actually do it based on the frame rate, not 60. There might be times when the frame rate's 30. So I want to go with whatever the frame rate variable is right here. So instead I'm going to do frame rates. And same thing down there. Why do I have that feeling that something's probably not working correctly? Getting this set up in the first place was a pain. I wasn't originally going to bring the Windows computer out here to record this, but I figured I may as well, since I'm just doing one more part anyway. So, yeah. So this should actually be frame rate and not 60, because If you do the reverse order, how do you get the total number of frames? Well, you take the number of seconds multiplied by the frame rate, since the frame rate is per seconds. So therefore, to reverse that and divide it, you would also divide it by the frame rate. This is 60 because there's 60 seconds in a minute and that sort of thing. So that's still correct. But the frame rate variable is what's supposed to be there. Anyway, we got that refactored now. So, one of the other things I want to do is to retrieve the title and display that on the screen too. So as you're aware, it just shows the time code and the frame and stuff, but I'm going to be working between several different files and I'm going to want to know which file I'm dealing with. So I wanted to show the title on the screen as well. So let's get that real quick. So I think I'll probably have it. Do I want it above or below the time code? Do I want the title of the video above this code or below? I think for now I'll do it below. I'm totally fine with that. So let's add the title. So to do that, of course, we're going to have to load that in. So far, we've got the time code and the path, but I want the name of the file too, or the name of the bookmark. The bookmark will always be the same name as the video file, so I could just take this, which is going to be index 0. I just realized we're going to have a slight difficulty here. How do I get the title alone and not this name 0 equals whatever? That might be a little bit tricky. So let's create a new variable called the files, or no, the titles. So we're going to create a new array called the titles. Then we're going to append, or we're going to add that. So this will be the title equals, and we're interested in index 0. Now the length of this name right here is unfortunately gonna vary depending on how many digits there are, because I have such thing as name 2400 something, and I need that to be not length specific, if that makes sense. So I think what we could do is, it's always going to start after the third quote. So what we could do is just figure out where the third quote exists at. So I got all these different tabs open. I got some sources I'll be showing later on and whatnot. I open them all up just in case the internet randomly kicks out again. So what am I looking for? Python get nth instance in string. Okay, so hopefully this isn't too difficult. What is this here? And oh, you gotta be kidding me. Python find index of character and string. I know we can find the first ones, I just did it recently. But what if I want to do like the third one? Ooh. The substring, comma, start, comma, end. Well, we know that it's no matter what. How do I find? I'm gonna pause this and figure out exactly what we're doing here. So I'll be right back. I think what I'll end up doing is just taking the mechanism that we've got right here. So I think I'll just copy that. Not 100% sure how this is going to work yet. But once we've done this, we may end up doing another loop within the existing one. So let's indent that a few times. I think it's fine to use the val variable, but here we're going to want to change that to j. So which occurrence are we doing? Well, starts with 0. 0 would be the very first quote. 1 would be the second one. 2 would be the third one, since we're counting from 0. So the occurrence will be, since I want the 0, 1, 2, the second occurrence then is at this. Oh, then what string are we searching? We're just searching the title. Dot find, then this substring will be a quote, and then I think we just leave that at val plus 1. So the value is like the index. So maybe I kind of want to change val to index. That's what I'll do. So then, yeah, I think, let's see what index we end up getting as a result of that. So let's print the index. So we want to find the starting index of the third occurrence of that.
Welcome to VoiceOver.
Sorry about that. Let's manually start this. We're erroring out. Val is not defined. I just forgot to change it, so that should be index. Let's try this again. Oh, come on. What? Here we go. Oh, looked like we got into an infinite loop for a second. Is that really what we want? And why is that index 6? That's not correct. Oh, because we're using the index variable. That's not right. So we might want to change that to like search index or something like that. So we'll change all that to search index. And then we'll also print that too. That's a better way to do it. Yeah, that's better. We just happen to use the variable. Alright. So is that the right index? So what I'm really looking for is title of that. So See, so the title we should be looking at title index search index colon the length of the title. This looks really confusing, but that should filter out to the colon that we want. And it might actually need to be +1. So let's add 1 to that. For some reason it's still printing 6. I want the title. Oops. The title equals that. Trying to parse out in a reliable way. Okay, so see how there's one more quote there? This should be a 3 up here. Then I think we should get what we want. Perfect. So now it looks like we're parsing out all the titles correctly. The last one is song 2. Yep. So now we're actually parsing out the titles correctly. Parsing is kind of a weird thing. That's what all this nonsense I was just doing was. But now we can add that to our array of titles. So the titles dot append the title. And then we should have all of our titles stored in that third parallel list. So now we collected the data, now we can display it as needed. So I think what I'll do is probably place it below the time code. This is going to have to go inside the update GUI method or function. We're just going to probably end up creating the label right in there. It's not going to be in the right order, but let's add it outside for now. We're going to be completely revamping the layout, or at least the system for how we lay out everything. We're going to completely revamp that in order to fix that bug that we're experiencing when we change the index, which we'll get to later on. But for now, let's create another label for title. So title equals, I don't have that on its own line. I'll probably have it be about the same font, but the text equals the text is gonna be whatever the title is. So the titles index. I think that's what we want for now. Let's see if this works. I believe that's right. So we come back to here. Why is my preview all screwed up? Technology is just glitching out here. Not in major ways, fortunately, but there we go. Now I can see everything better just to make sure everything works. So is index 2 yank? Yep, it is. Okay, so we've now added the title of the video. You know, I kind of want it to be maybe like size 24 or something. So I think that's what I'll do instead. Is that what I really want? Yeah, and some of the titles are really long. So size 24 might be better for that. I'm good with that. So we've now successfully added the title of the video to our interface. Not that it's going to update correctly yet, but we'll take care of that in a little bit. So obviously we have this bug right here where the picture appears down here. We're going to fix that in this video. Is that what we're doing next? Not yet. We're going to get to that in a second. One of the other things I wanted to look at was we have a bit of a lack of precision. Because as we're aware, we tried to display the picture of the hologram in part 1, but we were way off. I think there's like 2 different reasons for that. Or 2 things that threw it off. I personally believe that one of them is the fact that we're using math.floor right here. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of the math.floor up here, so that means we can get rid of that parenthesis, I believe. So this time second variable is actually going to have a decimal after it now. That will be problematic, I believe, when we set the frame right here. That will be problematic right there because we don't want to reference like 69.96. No. So right here we can use math.floor, but that's really the only place we need it, right? And then let's see, where else do we use it? Yeah, when we calculate the time code, we do want to floor the seconds, but the frame numbers should be more accurate now. If we take that 10 million number, we can convert that into a more precise frame. And I think we don't even really need to worry about getting rid of the decimal here, I don't think. Actually, like how we do for the seconds, we can probably do it right here. Might want to do it right there. But the point is, the frames right here is still the accurate number. But the one that's between 0 to 59, we don't want a decimal after that. So that's one thing that should make our calculation more accurate. So hopefully the frame number is no longer 00 all the time. Although if it is, it's really not the biggest deal in the world. The other thing that might be throwing this number off is the frame rate that I have right here is actually wrong. It's not 60, it's actually 59.94. So if we look at this video right here, if I look at the information on VLC, we can see that the frame rate is 59.94 basically. And if we're calculating based on 60, that's gonna drift every 20 frames or so. We're gonna drift by almost a full second. And that could throw off our calculation as well for which frame we're trying to display. Because the calculation with the frame rate is wrong, essentially, so we want to make that accurate. So this should actually be 59.94. I know I said like 939, but this will be way closer than we were before. I think it'll probably be close enough as far as we're concerned. So those two things should give us more accuracy with the frame that we're actually on. Let's see if it changes anything. Ooh. Obviously that's... We have some data type incompatibilities. So maybe the frame should be a float rather than an int. Let's see if that alone fixes it. I don't know if it will or not, but let's try it. Oh boy. That looks cool though. The second is what's off though, I believe. So that's cool to see that we got a 21 there. I'm guessing that would be correct. Not 100% sure though. So the second is obviously very wrong. So let's fix that now. So I think it has to do with where we calculated, right? This is where it's displaying it in the first place. So therefore, I believe that's what... Yeah, this should be... They should all probably have math.floor. Every single one. Oops. Thought I might be able to speed up the process of doing that with Vim, but that didn't work out. It's always worth trying those little things so you could get familiar with being really efficient if you're using Vim. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. You really don't need it, but as someone who's using it, I'm trying to get proficient in it, as you can imagine. So that looks better. I think we should probably make sure that the decimals aren't problems elsewhere. I don't think it would be, because the only other things that are involved is the frame, which we did floor down. The index is irrelevant. That would really be the only relevant thing. So I think we fixed that problem, hopefully. Let's make sure that that's the right second and everything. So let's pull up Media Player Classic. We're still recording, that's good. Yeah, I think everything's working. Ooh, 9 hours 55. I think that's wrong. Oh no. Why is that wrong? Is it really reading from that file? Yeah. Wait, yeah, no, that's supposed to be a float. Where's frame rate referenced? I think we have the parentheses wrong right there. Okay, now the order of operations, does it find that We're converting everything. Hang on. We're losing some precision right here too. Right? Yeah, we're losing a little bit of precision by doing that. Although, well, where's time seconds being referenced? That should probably be a float as well, rather than an int. So maybe we don't want to do any conversion like that. So let's avoid that if possible. See if any other problems come up here. Yep. Okay, so well, actually it probably is fine for it to be right there, because no, let's read that as a float as well. Let's parse that as a float, and then right there we'll do that. I think that's what we want. Assuming that this 10 million isn't going to be a problem with floats. Are you kidding me? That's still not the right number. What else could be going on? I think I'm going to pause this and see if I can figure out what's actually going on, and then I'll explain afterwards. Right, so I'm not 100% sure if I did it correctly. I got something that gives me the right numbers now, but I'm not 100% sure if this is still correct. There might be some obscure cases where it doesn't work. Let me explain. So I'm doing an int for this because this is an int right there. And what's happening right here though is the frame is probably correct. Maybe, I don't know. But I think what's happening here is, since we're doing bus seconds mod frame rate, since frame rate is that weird decimal, and then we're flowing it down, I think that decimal is making us lose a little bit of accuracy. So I'm just rounding up the frame rate to the nearest number. So 59.94 will round up to 60. And that makes it so that the math works out. So now we're getting 55. So hopefully that's accurate now. So 90055, and I confirmed that this was 220.48, and that 49 right there is probably just rounded if I had to guess. So I think this should fix the problem. So like, even if it was like 23.976, that'll round up to 24. So, and maybe I want to use round rather than ceiling, but I'm going to play it safe and do it this way. I feel like it should work with all cases that I'm going to run into, but I can see some situations where this might break using that ceiling stuff. But I think we got accurate numbers now. That's the point. So I'm going to move on for now, because I think it'll always work for the stuff that I'm doing. So let's see here. Now we're at a point where we can maybe fix up the image regenerating like this. So let's see if we can fix that up now. So what causes this in the first place? Well, it has to do with how the items are laid out on the screen to begin with. So as you know, for pretty much everything, we have a .pack right here. That's one of the ways that you can lay out items if you just want to toss items on the screen. You don't really care too much about how it's laid out and that sort of thing. But there's also another system that you could use called grid, where you specify a row and column, and it's all relative to each other. So you can see how that would allow you to place items a little bit more precisely using grid. And so .pack just tosses items one after another, and grid allows you to be very specific about how things are placed relative to each other based on specifying a row and a column. So one of the solutions is to basically do a .forget, where you basically have it forget the element before you recreate it. But the problem with doing that with the .pack is the order that it ends up getting recreated. If you use .pack again after you've previously forgotten it, it's not going to be the first element anymore. Although you probably could get around that by redrawing everything on the screen in the right order. You just forget everything. But I think it might actually make more sense for us to switch to the grid system, where you specify a row and a column rather than using .pack. I thought it sounded kind of intimidating at first, but to be perfectly honest, it's not that bad. So let's see if we can replicate our interface using a grid system. So I'm just going to search for the word pack. And then now we can, our frame we're going to change that to a .grid. So I'll say, since it's the very first item, we can for now say row equals 0, since it's the first item top to down vertically. And then column equals, it's basically just the middle one. And that's the only one as far as we're concerned. So for now we'll say 0, even though we'll later find out that's wrong, I believe. So now the next .pack, now we got to figure out how to get these buttons on the screen. So that might be a problem. By the way, if you use this grid system where you specify row and column, it doesn't really matter what order the items are in. The order on the screen will still be the same because of the row and column. But here, I'm going to say, oops, .grid. So for now, we're just going to switch everything to a grid, and that'll allow us to fix the problem that we're having. So rather than saying side equals left and anchor north, we're going to instead say row equals, it'll be the next row, so 1. And just so you know, the row and column numbers are relative. So if you have like a row 2 and then a row 5, and those are the only rows that exist, same thing as 0 and 1, since it's relative. So row 1, column equals, since we have, so how do we actually want the buttons on the screen? Do we want them like we used to have them? Do we want this layout to be exactly the same, or do we want to change things up a little bit? I think I'm going to have the buttons exactly how they are right now. So I'm not really going to change anything regarding that. So technically, if you look at how the buttons are laid out right now, we have 3 columns, technically speaking. And all the stuff in the middle is technically in column 1, whereas this button right here is column 0, and that's column 2. So technically speaking, the less than symbol, if it's all the way on the left, should be column 0. And where we previously had column 0, that should actually be column 1 because that's technically the center. So that's how it should be. It's still row 0, but column 1 relative to how everything else is. So for now, let's go to here. So column 0, then the greater than symbol was technically column 2. So I think to make things a little quicker, I'll just copy that and then change that to 2. So now what about column 1? Well, that's down here. I'm just gonna do a search for pack again, because then I can always go to the next result when we change this. So this should of course be .grid. Row equals, entry is still in row 1, but the column is also 1, so column equals 1, right? Now the label is 1 row below that, so now the rows technically equal to 2. So grid row equals 2, column equals the middle one, which is 1, since there's 3 columns, 0 to 2. And then this next dot pack, that changes to grid. The row is equal to, that's going to be below again, 3. The column will be 1. Since we still want that in the middle, the column for everything else is 1. So then this button right here, that should be grid, row equals 4, and column equals 1. So then where's the save button? Oh, that's what I just did, actually. So never mind. I think I got everything. Yeah, 0 to 4, that's like 5 different things, I believe. So in theory, that should work exactly the same as we have it already, right? So now what? So it's not exactly center, as you can see, but there's actually a quick fix for that. It has to do with how sticky sides or something like that. I forget exactly what the term is, but I think I have a source that goes over this if I remember correctly. These are sources we'll be looking at later on. Look, I'll put the source in the description. I'll make sure that the source you can find this on is in the description. What you're seeing here is not relevant right now. I can't remember what source I used to figure this out, but the actual command that we want to basically get it to line up correctly is we just have to specify something about the row and columns. So I think before we update the GUI, most likely right there, we're gonna say GUI.column configure, and within there, which column are we messing with? 0 and 2, we actually don't need to touch that at all. we're going to basically add what's known as a weight to column 1, which will, in theory, bring it right to the center. So in column 1, we're going to set the weight equal to 1. For column 0 and 2, the weight is 0, so therefore we don't have to do anything with those columns. So this may not entirely make sense, but I think it should fix... Oh. Well, that's a problem. So it crops off the image just a little bit. I don't know exactly what I want to do with that. Maybe I'll save that for the end. But obviously, since we have... This is technically column 2, that's 0, so therefore part of the frame ends up getting cropped off as a result. Well, that sucks. Technically, the problem could get solved just by... No. To be honest, I don't know exactly what we should do. So obviously, if I were to add a weight to like... to column 0, for example, then it's not going to really fix the problem necessarily, because it just shifts everything over off the screen. And you know what? I thought of a search term that I could use on Google. I'm gonna look it up and I'll be right back. But to be honest, I'm a little bit stuck actually. I did read somewhere that you can change the order. Oh man, I lost the site. You can like change the order that objects are created and then update them, which would in theory make it so it'd be able to overlap columns, but that still doesn't really seem to work. So I think what I might end up doing instead is resizing the window just a little bit and adding some extra width. I know it's not the greatest solution, but I think it'll work for now. So I guess that's one con to the grid system right there. So let me try adding like 850 or something. See what that does. Whoops. Actually, we're not resizing the image. I just wanted to add like 850 to the window. Will that compensate for the buttons?
Welcome to VoiceOver.
Sorry about that. I'll perfect this one of these
Welcome
times.
to VoiceOver.
That's not good for my reputation. Well, here we go. What if this is like 950 or something absurd like that? What's happening exactly? So maybe like 900. I know it doesn't really look the greatest, that it doesn't fit perfectly, but some things look kind of fancy when they have like this border with the gap or whatever. It can look kind of fancy. I'll count this as that, essentially. I'm totally fine with that. Let's just see if there's something else I could do, but kind of drawing a blank. It seems like there would be something though, if you know what I mean. Okay, so Is it like 875 or something? Let's try that once. That's pretty. Oh, that trims it a little bit. How about 885? Oops. 885. Let's see what that does. Still trims it. 890. It doesn't appear to trim it at all. I don't know. Why am I even spending time doing this? I'm so sorry about that. I'm gonna leave this alone for now because that'll do the job. So there's like a place system that you could use as well that might work a little bit better because that does allow overlaying. But the whole point of this is to fix that to fix the when we change the index and whatnot. No way. Changing it into a grid system was enough to fix it. Now, I think it probably overlays. So if I were to change it like a million times, there'll be like possibly a million of them stored in memory. Possibly, I don't know. So I think to get around that, so that it actually deletes it before it recreates it, I think it would make sense for me to say frame image dots. Let me see. Forget underscore grid. I think that actually clears it from memory before it recreates it. Let's just see if that works. Frame. Oh, this is like before it's ever defined. So maybe we want to actually call it before we update the GUI normally. I hate that I'm doing it this way, but where do we update GUI? Yeah, I don't love that I'm doing it this way, but I think it might help fix the problem at least, because we don't ever want it to run unless we're updating something, if that makes sense. And yeah, we're not running that for the rest of the program. So I think it's what label has no attribute, forget underscore grid. Oh, maybe because it's not global everywhere. We have to make that global everywhere we use it, I think. So frame image, and same thing up here, frame image, same thing up here. Let's just see if that happens to fix it at all. Did I put parentheses around it? So let's actually replace let's do a find and replace forget grid. Replace it with forget grid without parentheses. Just to see if that fixes it at all. It might actually be grid underscore forget. I may have actually wrote it down in my notes incorrectly wherever I put that, so I do think that global issue was still happening though. So maybe where it says forget grid, it might actually be grid forget. Maybe that's what it's supposed to be, I'm not sure. Okay, so this other error, I think we might have been running into that this entire time potentially, because I don't think it was ever really updating. The time code never really updates, as you can see. You know what? That update mechanism that we have might actually be good enough. I'm gonna risk the possibility that it may do stuff to memory. I'm just gonna, because I like it when it was very quick and doesn't have all this delay. So never mind that. So where does it update in the first place? So I think this probably recreates it. I think it probably is a replacing mechanism as it is. I know it appears to be, but what if there is something behind it that we didn't know about? Right? So that's why I wanted to add that mechanism to be. I'm really sorry guys, I feel like I'm very disjointed, not doing a good job explaining it and all that. Obviously I'm trying to get rid of that problem where there could be like 1 million of them stored in memory, but I think this mechanism might actually replace it properly, get rid of the original one and then replace it. It might already do that as it is, I'm not sure. So obviously this works, right? I feel like it was a lot quicker before. Am I losing my mind or... Maybe there actually was as much of a delay. I don't know. Well, let's see if we can get the rest of the information to update because it doesn't do that. So, since the image is technically a label, I think we can do that with everything else if I'm not mistaken. So how do we get it to update everything else? So like time code. I mean, we got the entry to update each time we click the button. The order doesn't really matter now that we are using a grid system. Okay, so entry updates. You would think you could set timecode.text, but maybe we want to add this mechanism right here. I'm gonna update the code accordingly, of course. So rather than saying timecode.text, here I could say timecode equals label GUI, and then text equals this calculate timecode. So maybe that's what I want right there. And then I don't know. Let's see if something like this works better. That still doesn't change it at all. What are we returning with the actual method? I want to see if that changes or what's going on exactly. So oh, wait, were we always getting that error and I just wasn't paying attention? Oh, so I think it's because of this. Timecode.grid. And then we're gonna have to do the title. Oops. We're gonna have to do the title.grid as well. So can I get away with just doing what I was already doing? Let's look at all of our dot grids and just make sure that they have their own separate lines. So that's fine. That's not. I mean, it probably doesn't matter for the buttons. I don't know. I feel like... Oh, that is on a separate line. Never mind. Timecode is. Title is. I don't get what it's complaining about. Maybe I didn't save it before. Okay, so that's not updating. But that is. So that's interesting. Now what? Boy, despite this being Python, it is now getting quite complex. How many lines do we got? 124, 25. So maybe we do need that mechanism that I just had. Maybe I was doing the right thing all along. So let's paste that right there. Now button 2. Oh, that's a less than. So we should probably be testing it with button 3 then. So frame image equals label. And then text equals this calculate time code right there. Then we can maybe set the text. I'm going to comment this out just in case. Maybe that's where we need the grid underscore forget. Oh wait, what the heck am I doing? I'm updating the wrong thing. This should be time code equals a label, then the grid. How about now? Nope. That should be timecode.configure. Text. Text equals the calculate time code. Does that fix it at all? If not, then I'll figure it out off camera, because I feel like I'm ruining the quality right now. Wait, what? Oh, that's odd. Oh, because of the row and column being wrong. So, is that what it was this entire time? What's the row and column of the time code? 2, 1. So row 2. That's really what we're interested in. Oh, that's horrible. Can I get away without resetting it? Can I do something like this? That'd be kind of nice. Oh yeah. So I just had to do the .configure the entire time. Just wanted to double check this now. So this I may not actually have to. Let's see if this still works. Frame image is not defined. Oh man, I hate that I have to redo that all the time. I have to redo it just because of the nature of the code. If I had written it a different way, I might not have to. But for now, to be honest, I kind of wonder if it would get created faster if it wasn't redoing itself all the time like that. Know what I mean? Can I create this outside of this, like right up here? And then I'm just kind of curious to see if I can manage to do this, because that would be kind of cool if it sped things up. Frame image, is it? Yeah, it's right there. Never mind. Oh, just forget it. Okay, let's make sure we're back where we were. I am so sorry about this, guys. Alright. But now let's... Oh, we gotta do this for button 2 now. That's cool how we only need this .configure. So it's just .configure like that. So then we're gonna do the same thing with the title. What's the title called? The title. Of course, kind of knew what I was doing when I named it, so the title dot configure text equals, where do we originally get the title from? Whoops, I missed it. Well, that what the element is called? Title. So the titles index, that's perfectly fine. So, whoops. There we go. I was copying the wrong amount of stuff before. So this is actually supposed to be title. It's supposed to be like this. Then we'll copy that down to here as well and run that. So in theory, we should get that to perfect. You know, that's kind of reassuring to see this working correctly now. You see how easily I'm able to... What? 1019, 1004. Is that even right? Oops. I don't think I screwed anything up. 1019, good. Then 225.10 should be the next one. 225.10 then. That must be it. So then if I get to the very end, then nothing happens at all. That's interesting. Wait, what happens if I then go back? That's neat. Even though it doesn't change, it doesn't necessarily error out either. That is neat. Huh. That's pretty cool. Sorry, I'm just being proud of this software that I've written here. So that functionally, I think that works pretty well. Now, the other place that it updates is if we set index, right? So right there, we're also going to want to, does it already change the entry? Oh, sets it to whatever's here, right? Yeah, so see, that updates the image, I think, but it doesn't update everything else. So set index, what actually happens there? We can probably get rid of that. So it just updates the GUI, and that's all that's required for that. So really, what I want here is I don't have to worry about updating the entry because that's already good. So let's copy that to set index as well. Then I think we should be getting the behavior that we would expect. So go to 5. Nice. I believe that would be correct. Oh, that is so neat. Awesome. So let's see what's next. So we switched to a grid system. Everything appears to update correctly. So now would be a good time to fix the color. the color is obviously not correct. So obviously there's like RGB, or red, green, blue, that mixes together to make the color that we want on the screen. But it's blue, green, red rather than red, green, blue. So to fix that, we need to specify what the actual color is. It's not blue, green, red, it's red, green, blue, and we can specify that up here, I think. So the source that I ended up following, which you can find in the description, is this one right here. So we can say let's see, so image, so we can convert the image. I think that's the equivalent to the frame, probably. I'm guessing the image is equivalent to the frame variable. So I think what we need to do is just say frame equals this. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's what we have to do to get it to display proper RGB. Heck yeah. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to get it, let alone get it on the first try, so now we actually have the right color in the first place. How cool is that? So everything is now back to normal. We just had to convert the colored channels, and this is all I had to do. I just can't believe that I took something on the internet, adapted it, and basically got it on the first try. Well, given how long I've been spending on the grid stuff, I'm glad that went quickly. So now what? Oh, sorry, I just realized the music is paused for you guys. There, that better? So now I think it would make sense for me to bind the keys so that I can go forward and backwards using key bindings rather than just the greater than and less than symbol. I'm going to be using key bindings pretty much all the time, which is why I might even consider removing the greater than and less than buttons altogether. It would fix that grid problem, but I'm gonna keep it. It's really not that big of a deal. It doesn't look that terrible even with the gap on the side. I'm just gonna say that's a feature, not a bug. If I ever have to explain that, like right now. Right. So now we gotta bind keys for going forward and backwards. So enter allows us to type in a number to go forward, basically. But now, let's say I think what I'm gonna do is if I want to go forward, I'll press right shift enter. And then left shift enter will be if I want to go backwards. I think that's what I'll do for the key bindings. I'm almost never going to go backwards, but if I'm going forward, I can do that all with one hand. So just making sure I'm not missing something else on the production side. Everything appears to be working nicely though. So to get it to work with shift return, event binding is what we're interested in right here. But I think it's got all the modifier keys, so I could do shift. But there's also L and R, so like shift, L and R. So the right shift key on the keyboard, I want it to go forward, then the left one goes backwards. So I want this to, what was it called? Shift underscore L. I believe what you can actually do is combine keys together with a hyphen. So I could do shift underscore L dash return, which is, oh, actually I want R. So shift R return. I wanted to forward. I think I'll just call it forward. So I technically wanted to do the same thing as the button 3, right? So I may as well duplicate this button 3 right here, like this. And forward. I can just say forward. Now, that doesn't really make that much sense at all, does it? Why would I duplicate a function? After all, the purpose of a function is so that I can go like this. I can say button 3 action. Let's see if this works now. So in theory, if it works the way I hope it does, I should be able to press right shift enter and it'll go to the next thing. Well, that's a little disappointing. So, see, like this says Control V. How about if I just say Shift return? Does that work? Nope. Doesn't do the same thing as the button does. I thought that you could. I really thought you could combine multiple things like that, but apparently not. So control. Okay, so like alt dash control dash key press dash whatever it is. Will that work? Dash key press. If that works, then I'll switch it to the Shift R thing. Well, I guess I'll figure it. Why is the music paused again? Oh my gosh. You gotta be kidding me. Everything else is good. Okay, so I'm gonna figure this out off camera and I'll be right back. Okay, I think I might have an idea what may be wrong. We made this mistake in the past. So, if you remember, we have to pass through an event, otherwise it won't trigger correctly. And we actually want to create a separate function for that reason. We call this like function override or something. So this should be forward, and then we pass through an event, right? That's the main difference. So I'm gonna change that to return. Not 100% sure if that's gonna work or not, but let's try it. Are you kidding me? That doesn't work either. According to this, it looked like it should have. KP underscore enter. Maybe something like that. Oops. KP underscore enter. Try that once. I'm gonna pause it again and I'll figure it out. I guess that was wrong. Actually, I wasn't. You see, this has to get changed because I did not implement it correctly. I think that'll maybe fix it. So I think if I do like return now, shift return, we'll see if that works any better. So that works. So now, I also fixed the music pausing too. Figured out what was going on there. So R shift return. See if that works now. Oh no. Maybe it was like Shift R return. I hope so, because that would help me right now. Yep, I just had that wrong. So Shift R return. Hopefully that'll fix it. Uh-oh. Interesting how it didn't update everything, but do I have to be able to access the titles? Well, why would that matter? What is going on here? So why is the set index type stuff working but not other stuff? Kind of looks like it's something wrong with the bind itself. Shift R return. You know what? It's not that big of a deal if I have to use the left button, so be it. I'm just gonna go with this for now because I don't think it'll error out. Yeah. There's probably something I could do reading what the event actually is and then do stuff based on that, but not now. That'll probably be on a future version of GitHub, which I'll update someday. Let's move on. So shift return, right? So close enough for that. So what I'd like to do next is to have the text box always in focus so that I can type in a new number whenever I want. I can't currently do that. So I would like this to always be in focus so I could type in a new number. I ended up figuring out that it's possible to do. You literally just call it dot focus. So if we want the text box to always be in focus, we think of when we update everything. So maybe an update GUI, wherever we call that. We could also say, we have entry 1, so we can say entry 1 dot focus. In theory, that might be all that's required. So entry 1 is not defined. So at this point, it doesn't exist. So we're not going to be able to place it right there, unfortunately. I will have to maybe place it at the end of everything. And then I'll do it here too. And then under set index, I think that's the other place we want it. So in theory, that should make it so that this text box is always in focus. So I can go to the next item. Oh, I was hoping it would highlight everything in there. That's what I thought that maybe this would do. Tkinter, I think it's pronounced Tkinter. Entry, select all when in focus. Well, this is not going to be what I want, obviously. Entry, focus, select all. What does this select button do? So, select text. Any chance I could do anything like this? So let's do that. Shift return for testing. Let's do it right here when we test it. So this will be entry 1. See if that works at all. Maybe I'll just do that mechanism where I have it get the length. And really, it's only going to happen when I hit enter. So, before we change the index, we can get the length of that. And then update it. So when we would normally hit enter, that's set index. So before we do that, I don't even want to mess around with this tonight, given all the other stuff I have to do, actually. I really thought that when I brought the entry box in focus, it would just highlight it all automatically. That is so disappointing that there isn't at least an easy way to do it. I kind of want to figure it out off camera real quick. I'll be right back. Right, so I decided to add a mechanism to basically type the index like this. So if I have index 2, then of course I can go to the next one. And if I decide to go to like 8, for example, then I can type in 8 like this, and it'll go to 8. Nothing changed there, which is kind of strange. Oh, I duplicated some of them. I actually duplicated some of these ones right here. It was at what, 3? Well, yeah, I duplicated some of them, and it probably just happened to be the same. So if I type in like 1, it goes to 1. If I type in 12, it just goes right to 12. So that's the mechanism I'll use for going to whatever index I want easily. So now if I want to go to like 9, I just type in 9 and enter, and just like that it works. So no matter how long the index is, it should be able to work out what it's supposed to be using this code right here. So basically I just get the number of digits the index is by temporarily converting it to a string, getting the length of that. Then I'm retrieving what the actual element is so that I can get the length of it. Then also reference it here. So the index is equal to whatever is in the entry, starting at however many digits the index is, all the way to the end. So actually I could probably delete everything to there, and it'll probably still run just fine. I could have used that syntax elsewhere too, but it works just fine here. And yeah, I think it works now, which is pretty cool. The set index is the only place I need this mechanism, because I can press Shift Enter and it'll do everything like you'd expect here. And this is always in focus, at least right here. So yeah, I think I'm gonna wanna bring it in focus after I press the save button too. That would make a lot of sense. I think there's also some I was gonna add to here, but yeah, I know it's kind of a weird mechanism, but it gets around the problem. That's all I care about. So the text box. Okay, so the next thing I would like to do is to have the time code. I would like that to always go to the clipboard whenever we update the screen, or whenever the label gets calculated, essentially. I would like to have that automatically go to the clipboard so I can paste it later. And in order to do that, I think I just that's later. I can use the Tkinter actually has the ability to do clipboard stuff, but I think Tkinter has to be running in order for stuff to exist in the clipboard from that. That's fine, because I'll always be running the software when I use it. So So when are we modifying? We can do it when we calculate the code. That's actually quite genius because I can put it in less places. So I can right here say GUI.clipboard underscore clear. And then clipboard underscore append. What am I appending? The code, I believe. I think it'll already be the format I want. Before I get too crazy, I'm gonna probably want GUI added as a global variable. So in theory, that should be all that's required. I probably would have put it elsewhere, and then I wouldn't be able to utilize that so much. So now let's see if I can paste that anywhere. That is gonna be so handy right there. When I'm editing a video, being able to paste that. Oh my gosh. That is gonna be handy. Let's actually try it out real quick. We can see if the frame matches too. So here I actually have the this video imported, but I actually want this one. So let's add this video. See how the recording's not freezing up even with the spinning wheel of death? New clip. Create new timeline using selected clips. That's, I think, what I want. Yeah. Okay, so the frame needs to update. Come on, just update. What is happening here? Come on. DaVinci Resolve to me has so many bugs you would not believe it. Adobe Premiere, in my experience, was like nearly bug-free compared to DaVinci Resolve. Like, I just tend to have far less bugs. Oh, here we go. See how buggy that is? Okay, so let's say that I wanted to copy the next one. Then I could just go right here, hit tab, paste. Oh, the moment isn't quite the same yet. Oh, come on. There's a bit of inaccuracy. Well, that sucks. How inaccurate is it? Like, backwards inaccurate or forward inaccurate? I wonder what would happen if we didn't do that ceiling thing with the frame rates. So I'm gonna see what happens if I just end up getting rid of that. And that's the only place I use the ceiling thing, right? So now I think that is already copied to the clipboard. As long as it's calculated, it's going to get copied to the clipboard. So that is very close, but not quite it. The minute looks like it might be different. I can't tell for certain. Is that 58 or 59? I have no idea. Don't think we'd be able to tell from this. That's a little bit too messy, pixelated to know for certain. I'm not going to worry about that for right now. That's something I'm going to have to look at some other day. But the fact that we got it to the clipboard, that is going to be so handy. You wouldn't believe it. Okay, now what? I was hoping to try creating a macro that can go over to the editor and paste the code. And that's what I was thinking of using the control key for. So I could maybe just hit control enter. So in order to do that, that's what this was a resource that I checked out to basically send keystrokes with Tkinter. Or no, not Tkinter, but this is written documentation of that. That's all in the description, I think. So, in order to do that, you will have to install Auto GUI. You just do pip3 install Auto GUI, I believe. That's what I did anyway. As you can see, all the requirements are satisfied. So that means we'll just import Auto GUI, I think. Yeah, I would import it directly because of the way we're using the syntax. So, I'm gonna create another key binding for control enter, basically. Control return. And then I'll just say macro. And I'll probably put that right by forward. I'm totally fine with that. There we go. So, macro, is that what it was? Yeah, that's what it was. So, obviously the code isn't going to be exactly that. I think I'll go like that. And what do we want? We want to... What macro are we executing? Well, I'd like it to switch over to DaVinci Resolve, which is going to be the most recent application. So I should be able to say key down when. Hopefully it's the Windows key. Because if it's not, then I don't know what it's supposed to be on Mac. So see how there's win right there? Hopefully that's... Oh, command. Command. Okay, good. So command is an option. I actually never noticed that when I first looked at this. So auto GUI dot key down, I think. Is that what it is? Yeah. And is command lowercase? Yeah. So key down command. And then I think I'll want to immediately press shift. And that's a dot press, right? I think so. Dot press. So auto GUI dot press tab. Actually, having that documentation open might be kind of nice. So tab. It's just tab. So command tab. And then we would just release the command key. So say key up command. And in theory, that should switch over to DaVinci Resolve. We should probably do that before we get too crazy. Now, I think since I'll be holding down the control key for a while, I may want to have it wait like half a second before it starts doing stuff. So I'm going to also import time. So then I'll be able to say time.sleep 0.5 maybe seconds. So after, I want to be able to let go of the control key first. I don't know if that'll be enough time, but we'll just see what the experience is like. So I'll make sure that well, let's run it first. Errors. So control, where's that happening? Control return. Okay, so it's just spelled out. Interesting. So control return. As you can see, I'm making a lot of mistakes. It's perfectly alright as long as you can identify them, which it looks like we did. So now I'm gonna switch to DaVinci Resolve. Then I'm gonna come to here. Let's say I wanted to do the next moment. So pressing Control Enter didn't do anything at all, probably because the function call didn't work. Or all things happen too quickly. I think it's time.sleep, right? So that'd be like a 2 or something. Let's try that once. Oh, no attribute key down. What is it then? Oh, is it camel case? I think it probably is. What is it on the documentation? Yes. And that's interesting how Python uses camel case too. I feel like there's some places where it doesn't. That's interesting. So I can switch to the next image. Oh, let's make sure resolve is the next focus. So I hit Control Enter. Looks like it works, but on a Mac you have to grant permission to be able to do keyboard shortcut related stuff. So let's see, what am I giving permission to? Python. I might have to give it permission to something else if I compile the programs. It's 3 in the morning and I still haven't even added the new features that I'm going to add yet. Oh my gosh. Boy, let's try to get some stuff done here. This is pretty annoying. So I can tell that no longer blinking. That worked. Nice. I switched it back just now. But we might not even need that time.sleep. Let's try it now one. So oh, come on. Okay, there we go. Now that was too quick, I believe. So it might have to have a delay of like 0.5 or something. I should be sleeping for hours worth of stuff. Okay, that definitely worked. 0.5 seemed a little bit unnecessary. So I'll maybe do like 0.1. What's that experience like? I want to figure that out before moving to the next thing. Okay, so resolve. Totally doable. 0.1 is a good number. Okay, so... Oh, yeah, we gotta still finish the macro, sadly. So once it switches over, I'll maybe wait like another 0.1. And then I basically wanted to hit tab and then paste. So I'll have it ready before I switch over to grab the time code. So it'll press tab so that it highlights the time code area. And then we'll wait another 0.1. Then we'll press Control V, right? So let's just copy that. Oops, this is supposed to be Control V, I think. Might be able to do that, I'm not entirely sure. Let's try that one. That would be kind of exciting if it worked. So let's try 0 because I know we're not doing that one. Or we're not on that moment right now. So I have that highlighted, right? Okay, so I didn't quite press Control V. Probably because it's not even the right thing. We're not erroring out. Okay, so how do you press a letter? I don't think we had to escape it. It's possible. Oh, I'm on a Mac. Control V is not how you paste on Mac, despite what you may think. It is actually supposed to be Command V. Yep, that's what it is. So, Command. Oops. Command, there we go. So now I imagined it would work. So let's go to that first index. So now I'm just hit the macro. That's awesome. We might even be able to get rid of some of those delays. Okay, so I'd like to see what happens if I get rid of the delays. So let's go back to 2. Oh, that is absolutely fantastic. So I want to do the next one. I just go like this. How awesome is that? Obviously there I was doing one of those snap transitions. Like, I could try one right now, but I'm probably not going to be good at it. I used to the first time I ever did the snap transition, I was really good at it, and then it got worse the more I did it. Kind of ironic, huh? So let's see if I can make this window disappear using the snap transition. Ready? Okay, I don't know if that even worked. I'm not very good at the snap transition. I never know how to do it. But that is fantastic. So if I wanted, let's say, the 6 index, type in 6, control enter, boom. Man, I can't wait to work on the compilations and stuff like that. That is going to be so handy. Once I get the accuracy problem figured out, I'm going to have to look and see if there's any other factors that go into that. I'm not going to do any other videos on that. This will be the last video right now. Even if I have to stay up till 6, that would suck, but if I did, then so be it. I will be taking a nap anyway today, so at least I'll get some sleep. But what's next? So we got the macro. Now, I might want to be able to copy the title to the clipboard because the title might be kind of complex and I might have like 100 different clips over here. And the way I filter is I just paste the title right into here. I'm not going to do a macro for pasting that title, but I would like to be able to copy the title to the clipboard. So that would be neat. So I think what I may end up doing is creating a button for doing that. And I just realized we're going to run into a problem. If I were to create a copy button, actually I could, no. It's going to have to be on the outer edge. I can put it underneath. It's not really what I had in mind, but I could put it right underneath the title rather than next to it. That'll be the simplest for now. I may change it someday, in which case it'll be on the GitHub. And I provide the GitHub so you can like use all this code immediately, but also so you can take it and make it how you want to. Hopefully this video will be enough inspiration so you can do that sort of thing. But now we want to copy we're going to create another button to, so the save button is actually row 5. This will be, is there already a button 2? Yeah. Button 4 probably. So then the text will be copy title. Command equals, I don't see why we couldn't make that copy title too. And I'll put that right here as well. So I just duplicated that entire thing. Copy title. And to copy it to the clipboard, I mean, it's very simple. So all I have to do is take that clipboard code, basically do that with the title. I may need to create global access for the titles index. I just realized that I don't have the autofill or auto suggest enabled. I can't remember why, but I'd be able to type and then just hit enter if it has the right suggestion. So, what do I want to... Oops. It should just be the titles. But, I could just clear that out and then copy that. That's what we append to the clipboard. And then all I want is the titles like that. So in theory, that should copy the title. Now, this should be row 4, column 1. If there wasn't overlaying stuff that happened, then I would consider doing it right next to the title itself. But honestly, this makes a lot more sense. So I hit copy title. I knew there was gonna be something missing. Actually, this one we don't have an event because it isn't a binding. Copy title. That's better news. Let's see if we can paste it. Did I just yank and paste with my program the word yank itself? OMG. Crazy. That is awesome. So now I have a copy title button. And those are basically the things I wanted to refine. Now we're gonna add the feature I wanted to add, which is to basically, my old compilations essentially are a bunch of screenshots that I took with my iPad. And I have the time code on there. Either I wrote it by hand using some utility that allows me to draw on screenshots, or else the time code just showed right on the video. And I wrote down what the compilation thing was for. But the point is, for some of my old compilations that I'm still working on, I have a bunch of screenshots, so I won't be able to do that in this format. But I would like to add support for that, because I like the idea of being able to save the index and all that. So let's do that real quick. So, just to give you an example, for Gilligan's Island, for example, doing a compilation of that, I got all these images, and this is the example. So, at 2:12:30, I do this criteria basically that I wrote down how. So, yeah, that's the other format that I need to deal with for the compilation. So, how do I add support for that as well? Well, one thing I was thinking of doing was adding a tabbed view up here, so that I can switch between what we have here, or else the other one that goes to screenshots. So, what do I want this to look like in the first place? Let's discuss that real quick. So, right now, I'm just going to real quickly draw the interface we currently have. we have a way to display the frame from the video. And then right here we got a text box to type in the index. We got some buttons right here to go forward and backwards. We got a time code display. I've just put a bunch of colons there to represent time code. We got the title right here. A button to copy that. And another button to basically save the index, right? That's what our current interface looks like. Now, what do I want this next interface to look like? So I'm gonna more or less use this type of design, but there's gonna be a couple differences, of course. So I'm still gonna display the screenshot, which might be in a 4:3 ratio, just because that's what the iPad took screenshots with. I'm gonna have a box for the index, just like before, the greater than, less than. I will not be able to show the time code because I can't read that. I'm not gonna do optical character recognition nonsense. It's not gonna be 100% accurate. It's not even gonna benefit in any way. I could usually quickly fast forward, and that worked good enough for me. So the title, I don't really want to show that either, because it's like IMG 2269 or something. But I can still have a save button. I think that's what I want the other interface to look like, right? Screenshot, index, save, the arrows. I want the keyboard shortcuts to obviously work, at least the ones for going forward and backwards, or forward. I was just thinking if maybe I want to use the control key on that screen for going backwards. So I want two interfaces that basically look like this. So how do we implement something like that? Well, I was thinking we could have a tabbed view. So this is what our actual program is right here. I just realized I could look over there rather than looking right there. Then I can see what's on the whiteboard and all that. So I want to add a tabbed view, so we'll have different tabs on the top. Sorry, I can't really draw tabs. One of them will give us that screen. The other one will give us this screen. And I was thinking maybe we might even consider adding a third one that'll basically point to a settings screen where I can specify the path of either the folder I'm loading or else where the index is actually stored. No, I think it'll just be the paths of each of these, basically. And then what we see here is basically our actual interface, but we have tabs above it. So this is what I think we're going to design. So the way we do that in Python is we can create what's called a notebook. And a notebook just has a whole bunch of different tabs, right? And we can just click the tabs to switch between each of the different screens. And each screen is actually considered a frame. So it's kind of like, what was my analogy that I was using before? Well, an actual physical notebook, there's several pages. Each page you could consider like a frame. and all the frames are in a notebook. Guess that's one way to consider it. So we're going to basically, this is considered a frame, and this is considered a frame. Those two things will get put into our notebook where we have our tab view to switch between our frames. So that's what we're going to try implementing now, even though it's 3:30 in the morning and I'm literally just getting started with this sort of thing. This is a pretty bad idea. Guess we'll see how this ends up working out. So let's implement that tabbed system now. I don't remember exactly how to do that off the top of my head, but there are some resources. Speaking of resources, the ones that you didn't see in the first video, actually, I'm gonna probably want to keep this open so I can track this down too, but this is the very first source I showed in part 1, so that I can basically read a specific frame. And this is a little bit different. This treats it like saving an image to a file, but I interpreted this slightly differently than how they had it here. This is the source that shows how to fix that attribute error that I ran into. And then this is the video I watched to learn how to convert Python into a DMG file, which we'll be going over soon. Hate that I'm doing this at 3:30 in the morning, but like I said, I will try to squeeze in a nap though. So, and then I'll try to go to bed early this following night. So let's, I forget, right, so this is a great series right here. This guy has an entire series on how to work with Tkinter, basically, and I highly recommend this, checking out this series right here. With all sorts of different Tkinter tutorials to learn how to do various things. I'm not watching all these videos, of course, but I'm basically watching the ones as I need them. So creating a notebook, for example, and then creating frames, those are like at least 2 separate tutorials within this series. So it provides nice resources to be able to do that. And looks like this is a standalone Python executable. We'll be doing a DMG later on, but I like this source. This one is definitely what I would consider one of the top-notch sources, because even if you were to look up the concept online, there's little nitty-gritty stuff that he covers that online probably would not directly covers. And it covers all these different things, so you want to like thoroughly learn about specific Tkinter things, I highly recommend this source right here. So I bring that up because in order to create a notebook, for example, this is like one of the things I looked at, and this allows me to specify an icon. I haven't created an icon, so I won't be doing that tonight, but I probably will someday. It'll probably be on GitHub eventually, I'm sure. So yeah, so basically we're gonna create a notebook so that we can put our frame and all those things on there. So let's see. The first thing we're gonna do is create a frame, which technically our GUI kind of is a frame as it is. but we're gonna create it in a separate frame that we can add to the notebook. So probably gonna want to create our frame right there. So let's see, how do we do that? So I can maybe say, like, what do I want to call it? So I basically have one for the bookmarks and one for the screenshots. So I'll do like bookmarks frame. I don't love that I did a long name like that, but that's alright. Equals frame. And it's part of Tkinter itself, of course. So which window? It's the GUI window. Then we can specify a width and a height for the frame, which will have that be the same as the GUI itself for both of them. So width equals 890 and height equals 650. I'm just matching what the window currently is right now. So then I think I'll probably use .pack for the frame itself, if it'll even let me. If not, then I don't even know if I want to spend time on that nonsense. So here I'm going to say frame.pack, probably in a separate line. I just took what was in that video that I demonstrated earlier. Fill equals both, and then expand equals 1. Forget exactly what that means, but I think the meaning is covered in that video. So technically, everywhere we said GUI, we can probably replace that with frame, or the bookmarks frame. So or bookmarks frame. I'll leave GUI in there just in case we need that. So we want to create a label in bookmarks frame, if that's what it really is. Yep. Okay, so then bookmarks frame. So I may want to, right there, I'll keep the GUI references because it kind of applies to everything as a whole. So then I think I can say bookmarks frame right there, probably. Keep that the same. Now this I'll probably change to bookmarks frame. And that too. And that. And that. I think we can probably change all those things, most likely. As far as binding goes, maybe. Not 100% sure. And then I think right there I'll still say GUI if I'm not mistaken. So if we didn't make any mistakes, I think it should still work. Frame is not defined. Frame.pack. Of course, I just literally got that wrong. Should have known better than that. I think that's what we want, maybe. Of course, a mistake would be near the top. Well, look at that. Everything appears to be working the same. Now the binding, it's not working. Maybe because it is supposed to be GUI then. Oh. How about that? That might fix the key binding. I don't know. Yep. Okay, so then I want to make sure that this works the same, which it appears to. It copies that to the clipboard automatically. If I say copy title, that'll overwrite. Perfect. And if I hit save, so I think index 2 is where it originally was. I'm going to save it to 3. Perfect. So I think we're basically ready to do the notebook system. So we have a frame, but let's see if we can create our notebook now. So I'll just have the variable be called notebook since I just have one of them. Equals notebook. What? No, yeah, we do say GUI right there. And then we'll just say notebook.pack as well. Oh, the .pack worked for the frame. That's good to know. Just looking at my notes from that source, or from the video. So, yeah, so at this point we now have the notebook. And we have to add our frames to the notebook, though. So to do that, I think we could just say notebook.add our bookmarks frame. And then what do we want the tab to say? Bookmarks. And in theory, I think that's all we have to do. Maybe not. Notebook is not defined. That might be why in the tutorial they also said from Tkinter import TTK. And then I think there must be a dependency issue, so then I can say ttk.notebook. That might be why that source that I just showed uses that system. Oh no. Well, that's not very reassuring. What happens if I were to add it towards the end? I'm gonna figure this out off camera. There's no way I'm gonna do this on camera at this time of night, especially. So, see you in a bit. Right, so I could really figure out how to get rid of that border that comes with it, but it looks like this now. It actually looks kind of advanced, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm gonna write it off as it being a really fancy design. And in order to do that, what I ended up doing was changing the width and height, really. But then there was literally no gap underneath the save right there. So I just created a blank label at the end and put it in row 6. So I created a 6th row, and to me that gives it a pretty nice spacing. So this is what it looks like now. And I think that's all I did, if I remember correctly. So I tried all sorts of different things that I found online, but none of it really worked the way I wanted, because we're using a grid system rather than pack overall. But oh well. So I think the next step would be to obviously create the new interface. Yeah. So the next step is to create the other tab for the screenshot based one. I think I'll just call it screenshots in the first place. So I'll just create a new one called screenshots frame. So that's screenshots frame dot pack. That'll be about the same for everything, I believe. And then we'll do, I also moved notebook to the very end. I don't know if I mentioned that. I forgot at this point. You can see it's now much later. So notebook.add screenshots frame, and then the text will equal screenshots. Not sure if that'll work yet, but now as you can see, we got two different tabs. I think on Windows it naturally goes to the left, but on Mac it's center. Well, look at that. We now have a whole separate page. So I can literally go like this now, and it's still retained all the information and everything. How cool is that? This is starting to look like really advanced software. Can't believe that I've written this. I mean, granted, I'm using libraries to make all that stuff easier, but I mean, basically, I've written this software. This looks a lot like Handbrake that I'm gonna be using to. It looks a lot like this software with all these tabs right in the center here. That is nuts. Amazing. So, I want to get to bed soon, so let's try to see if we can speed this up ASAP. So how do we distinguish? We're gonna have to do some distinguishing between each screen, obviously. And in order to do that, I think for now, we could probably just add one feature at a time. For the update GUI, I kind of want to add which screen to do. And of course, if I'll do like screen 0 or screen 1. So if screen equals 0, let's see, so how many lines is this right here? So I'm just gonna indent all that. Then for now, I'll just say else. And then we'll have some slightly different things happen depending on which screen we're on. Some of the buttons we'll probably have to add an if statement in a lot of these other functions as well. So this is getting real ugly real fast. But I'm amazed at how far we've come with this software so far. So let's see, what else are we doing? For now, I'm just going to put pass. I don't know if that's what I want to do yet. So let's see if we can add an image to it. Right? So I think, so this is the grid for Git. That's the source I was looking for earlier. So what this can do is basically, this is a source to help me recursively load everything. Speaking of that, I want to make sure that this computer can recursively load everything very quickly, which it can. So, how do you basically go through a folder and figure out what's in them? I think I'm gonna do I saw a really good solution, this one right here. So I'm gonna import the path library because then I can basically iterate through a directory of interest. And I'll hard code it for now, but probably gonna change it later on. And I may end up changing it on GitHub, not even on camera. I can only do this for so long. I mean, it's like 4 in the morning and yeah, I'm not doing great stuff for my sleep at all. May not even have time for a proper sleep cycle at this pace. Okay, so what am I... So where are we trying to iterate through everything? When we first do it, actually. So I feel like we should, even though we're not always going to be using the screenshots tab, I feel like we should initialize it anyway. I mean, it's not going to take that long to load the program, and it'll be loaded already when things matter, so it doesn't matter. So I'm going to do the files equals an empty array, and then here we can add all the files recursively. So that's where this code comes into play. So we'll indent that. So this is the path that we'll be referencing for the file or the folder. We want to reference the folder with the compilation, so that would be this folder right here. Right? So the full, I'm gonna have to type in the full path of this, which is users ZZ23. I don't like that I'm hard coding it, but it will be fixed eventually. Documents, MPC, favorites. / I think compilations. / GI for Gilligan's Island. LITB is Leave It to Beaver. I'm doing that one too. And then I think everything that it prints will be all the files that are in the folder. So it's surprising. So all these things on the source right here are a whole bunch of different approaches you can use. I personally like this one the most, but it's probably just as good as this one here with Glob. But for some reason this one struck out to me, and that's why I'm using this particular one. So we're gonna print, since we are printing each element, let's get rid of all the other print statement. Surprisingly, I've already done that. So in theory, it should be able to list all the files. Yep. It's actually doing the full path instead of just the files alone. It's trying to print all of them. Why is it taking so long to do that? That is strange how long it's taking. So we obviously only want to append this once. Yeah, let's take this out of the for loop. So we're just gonna append everything once. I think it might have been repeating itself possibly for like 1,500 different files. So, well, let's just see if it reduces how frequently it ends up happening. I'm surprised that it's doing that so slowly. But that's interesting. I press Control-C to do that. So rather than printing the element, we want to the files.append. It does make sense to have that loop outside, because otherwise it'll run like a ridiculous amount of times. So how long does it actually take to add everything to the list? Let's find out. So update GUI. So now I'll just, I'll temporarily get rid of that. And then I'll just get rid of and everything in the parentheses. So screen is not defined. Oh, great. Why are you making me do this right now? Honestly, let's just update it so that, because all of our current update GUI instances need to do screen 0, right? That's what we're currently doing. Zero. That's also 0. And that's 0 too. A lot of mental overhead with these vim commands. I think that's it. Hopefully that'll work a little better. Oh, let's actually print the files. So that'll just print the array directly, I think. 1623. Thought it was like 1583. Guess it's just a lot to output. Yeah, because like this right here is actually 1583, not 1623. That's, I guess, what my concern is. Let's just print the length of the files and then I'll get rid of that print statement. Oh, that's right. Perfect. That's like right on. That's right there. Okay, so now we have all the files that we're going to be loading. We've got that. So now what we want to do is technically load images of that. And that can be done right here. So to read images with Tkinter, so I think we can just say let's try to take this approach. So image.open, and we have the index and stuff, so we can say the files index, right? And it'll load the one that's correct with the index. And then this is being rendered on the screen, so we're using image TK like we did above. Photo image. Then we can just say load. We're loading it differently than how we load that, but that's perfectly alright. Glad we're still recording and stuff. And then we would basically do a label to render it like how we were before. So we could probably take this idea right here. Would it be fine to use the same variable? I'm not even sure, to be honest with you. And I imagine we're gonna have to resize it. So frame image equals label screenshots frame, right? Yeah, this code is now starting to get kind of convoluted. That's why having a good design is very important. I don't really have the best design. It's middle ground, I guess. I don't know. And it's still row 0, column 1. Yeah. That's right. That might work. So we're gonna have to add a whole bunch of different logic. Now, I think there's a way to get a specific index or get the current. Oh, stop.
Past the number.
If I remember correctly, there's a way to get the current tab that we're actually in. Tkinter notebook, add or get current tab. I think you probably do like just get or something like that. So dot index with dot select. You know what? We don't need to worry about that here. It's always going to start out at 0 no matter what. I'm perfectly fine with that. So this button 3, for example, well, let's just worry about it in context of this. I'm just thinking, where do we load the GUI 1? Or maybe I want to initialize a variable called current screen equals 0. I don't know if that's really what I want to do, but maybe everywhere it says like update GUI 0, I actually wanted to say update GUI current screen. I can't imagine that breaking anything if I just replace all. So now where does current screen actually change? Tkinter notebook, detect tab change. Yeah, I want something like that. So now my tabs, is that what the notebook is called? My tabs is the notebook. So dot bind. So yeah, we'll create a bind for whenever we change the screen. I'll probably just put it by our other binds. And then this is a function that ends up happening as a result. Change tab or something. And then, well, what's the arguments? For example, my MSG. Not sure if it matters whether I put it there or not. So this, I think that TNOS can become current screen. Current screen equals And it's not my tabs, it's just notebook. Notebook.index, notebook.select. And then, do I really want to call it my message or whatever? This is actually going to be changed tab. Okay. The main thing is that current screen, which is global, changes. And then what we actually run in update GUI will be based on that, right? So do I have the path selected? Yeah. There's no way that this is gonna run, is there? My tabs is not defined. Of course, I forgot to that should be notebook dot bind. Okay. So I kind of would have expected, should we run update GUI when that happens? Update GUI with current screen. Let's try that once. Nice. But obviously it didn't update the correct thing. So update GUI. We're on the right track, but okay, so image render, wait. The dot photo image. This should be image TK, I think. Of course, line 69 is where the problem is. Unbelievable. Why would that not load anything now? So screen equals 0. Frame image isn't what we want, is it? Well, frame image is what? Is frame image specific to why would that not run? Nice. So that works successfully, but oh, why does it think it's 1 right now? Because it's counting from 1. Something is counting from 1 rather than 0. When we set this, The string should really be -1, I think. Right. So it's basically just doing the wrong screen. That's odd. So is it always setting it correctly? So when is this occurring? Can't believe I'm doing this at 4:30 in the morning. Changed tab. So it is triggering, but which tab are we dealing with here? Plus a string of current screen, right? -1. So it's not -1. So the change tab is, so is current screen global up here? That might be the problem. Or just how it's referenced up there in general. Wait, screen. No, we don't need that. Now, update GUI current screen. What is current screen at the time? And then print. Now that one's fine. Boy, I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm gonna figure out what's going on and I'll be right back. I honestly give up trying to figure out what's going on here, so what's currently happening is now the bookmarks kind of loads fine. Oh no, not really. This if statement appears to only be called once for some reason, but that print statement is called every time. So it's like this if statement, once it happens, it for some reason never happens again. I don't think that return none would have anything to do with it, would it? Probably not. So I'm almost tempted to reference the files. I'll just print the length for now. I'm seriously just gonna skip over this, I think. It sucks because I had something that worked before. Now it just seems like I don't. I broke it, whatever's going on. Someday I may end up doing like another part where I just explain all the nonsense that happened. I like that idea a lot better. That's sounding like a great idea considering what time it is right now. I have no idea what the crap is going on. So like this set index is not being triggered, I don't think. Although I don't know if it's this weird syntax right here. So it's able to retrieve the current screen. And then it's supposed to update. Right. I don't know if it's the syntax that's screwed up or what exactly. But for whatever reason, that if statement doesn't happen when it seems like everything else does. Which is absolutely bizarre. Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother trying to figure it out, so. I mean, if I were to say like screen equals 1, then that errors out, but that works. And if screen equals 0, then this is what ends up working. Which is weird. How, I mean, something really bizarre is going on. See, now that works, but not this. Yeah, I'm gonna just figure this out off camera. Maybe document everything I've done, and then I'll maybe do like a quick 5-minute video explaining what I ended up doing to get everything working, basically. So on that other screen, I already kind of showed what I'm adding. I'm just adding another index and then greater than, less than, the save button. That's really all I'm doing. So I think what I might do now is create a settings file. So for now I'm going to duplicate this, and then I'll have this settings file right here, which won't have that information. It'll have like the path to, I think each line will have, one of them will be like the path for the bookmarks and whatnot. So in this case, I would basically grab everything from there. and then I grab the other path. So I'm just going to have a settings file so that that's kind of universal. And then like the frame rate, that'll probably be file specific, I think. And yeah. And then here, I may want to store the index inside of here instead. I'm not sure. I'm not really going to worry about that though. So I think what I'll end up doing is create another array called paths. And since that's probably all I'm really gonna have in that settings. Oh, by the way, I figured on one of the web pages I stumbled across what the syntax is for X and Y offset. You do a plus. So like I forgot what number I did, plus 250 plus 100 or something. So I wanted the screen to appear more centered. That's about the right height. If I just wanted to adjust this to like 450 or something. See, that's the syntax that you do for the X and Y offset. And you could algorithmically figure it out based on the screen's width and height and then the window as well. Figure out the center and then you can offset it like this, get the top left, what that should be. And yeah, so that's something that I just stumbled across, I guess. That's probably about where I'd maybe like it to be. Now, how about 475? I'll go with that. Alright, so how about that setting, the idea of settings? So, paths. And then, actually, since paths is all there is, we can say open. I'll do the absolute path right there. Or settings.txt. And of course, that's specifically for reading. .read, .split by a new line character. Yeah, that's it. So then, where I specify, I'm gonna want that to be above here. Then that way I can basically just change that to, paths index 0. So this will, I actually want to get rid of the quotes too. So this is paths index 0. And this is paths index 1. So paths index 1. So in theory that should work the same way, and then I can, then it doesn't matter where I have this file stored. I just specify it right in there. I was thinking maybe I want maybe I want to have a third screen where I can like modify the path. that's saved and whatnot. Maybe that's something I can do without screwing it up too much. If it doesn't take too long, I would like to be able to do that. Originally, I was going to store both of the indexes in there, but it really doesn't make that much sense at this point. So, how do we add a third tab? Just duplicate this, and this will become settings frame. And really, that's probably about it right there. So then notebook.add settings frame. This will change the settings. So now we got a tab for that. Now, I think I'll add a entry 2 equals entry, and that goes in settings frame. I think that's pretty much all. Entry 2 dot pack. Now everything else is actually lowercase, so I'll do that. So this will be a text box for the first path. I don't really care how big it is, although I probably only have to specify like a width thing equals like 200 or something. Actually, we're not doing dot pack, we're gonna do dot grid. So row equals, I'll just have 2 columns. So row equals 0, column equals 0. What could possibly error out here? What's that? Maybe that's how many characters it can fit or something. Yeah, that sounds about right. So maybe I want to do like 50. Yeah, maybe something like that. And then afterwards, I want to add a button that basically allows me to write that change to the file. So, how many buttons do I have? So, this should be like button 5 or something. Equals button GUI, then text equals save, and command equals what is this for? Save bookmarks path. And then actually this does not go in GUI at all. This goes in settings frame. Oops. Aw, man. So settings frame. Text can be saved. This will be save screenshots path. Oops. Okay, so save bookmarks path. All we really need is what's in that entry, right? So on that entry, we got entry 2.get or entry 3. This should be button 6. And we should really do an entry 3. And row equals 1. So this is going to be entry 2, because that's what we need to access. We need to write to the file. So that means we gotta open this up again. So say bookmarks path. So I'm really just gonna write here. Get rid of that. And actually before that, we'll modify paths, whatever the index is. Come on. Boy, it's hard to find everything now. The paths index 0. Well, that's what we're interested in. Oh yeah, that's equals entry 2.get. So that means the paths may have to be here too. And this would be set equal to settings right or something. And gotta add the new line character to everything. So for I in range, the length of the paths, I guess. We already know what that is, but still. The paths index I plus equal the new line character. And this tends to be I minus 1. So settings right lines, the paths, and then we'll do a dot close. Do I have another dot close somewhere else? Yeah, I just realized I may want to do a save file.close up here. Should have done that a long time ago, but better late than never. As in like 5 in the morning. Yeah, on a different night. That's how long it was up for. Maybe not. I do need to get to bed soon. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. Started to become brain dead and all that. So, right lines. I'm thinking that'll work. Right? And then that's all we need, so we can just get rid of everything up until there. And then we can write a similar method or function for save screenshots path. So here we're just gonna change that to index 1. I think that's it. Right? It's not entry 2.get though. Entry 3.get. Yeah. And then the buttons are they good? Well, the placements are not. So button 5.grid row equals 0, column equals 1. Button 6.grid row equals 1, column equals 1. I think that's what I want. Now we need a way to display everything too. Otherwise I'll just use it as an overwrite. So I'll just add that to where I create the entries. Entry 1.insert. I want to insert. Obviously, I'm really inserting into 2. But what do I want to insert? I want to insert what the path is at the time, so what are we loading from? Paths. Okay. Now, are we referencing paths correctly? You're probably all screaming at me about this. Let's see. But yeah, don't worry, I hear ya. At least now. So that's paths and paths. And then I gotta change it again. Almost missed that completely. There we go. Okay, so paths index 0. Entry 3.insert paths index 1. I think that might be what I want. Right? So now what this will let me do is that. So the idea is if I modify this at all, I would add like a browse screen, but that's overkill, honestly. I was also kind of hoping these would be spaced out just a little bit. So maybe I'll add a blank label in between. And I'll make the length just a little bit bigger as well. So I mean the width. Do like 69 maybe, because why not? And we'll add a label that's blank, so that'll be in settings frame, text equals blank, and then yeah, since we're not referencing it, we can just do .grid. That'll actually be row 1, column 0, probably. Is that all I need to worry about? I feel like there's probably something else I should do, but well, that was strange. So entry 3 should be row 2, actually. Is that it? I cannot think anymore. Then we gotta do the same thing for save. And we might have to possibly add like a column related label as well. No, we don't. Amazing. Okay, so I think that's pretty reasonable. I don't want it to be all the way. I probably could have done some padding related stuff too now that I think about it, but that's alright. So let's say that I wanted to change this to like part 3. Well, that clearly did not work. Say bookmarks path. Settings, right, dot close. Oh. And actually we can just copy that, paste it there. I think that's it. So why did that not work exactly? So the buttons are in save bookmarks path and save screenshots path. And again, paths is what that's supposed to be. Not sure if that'll make any difference. Come on, just switch. Alright. So if this is working correctly, hitting the save button should... it's gotta do an entry.get, doesn't it? Well, it is. That one was not. Probably because it wasn't global. No, that won't make any difference. Why is that not being modified? Do I have to convert that to a string or something? No. Should already be that way. So it modifies paths. It adds a new line character. It opens the settings file. It writes lines. I don't get it. Why in the world is that not working? Something must not be global. Oh, maybe this makes it not iterate at all. But I don't see why that should be a big deal. That worked. So I changed that to 2. That added another new line character, which is very undesirable. Equals paths.clone or copy. And then paths to index 1, paths to index I plus equals a new line character. And then paths index or paths to. And technically, that's the same syntax as we would use above. Just index 0, so. Oops. And then this would be entry 2.get. The paths to. This is paths to. I think that was all we need to do. That should fix this whole nonsense right there.
Welcome to VoiceOver.
So that changes like you'd expect. Then I add this. That works like you'd expect. Okay, so we have a way to update the paths. At least we got one other screen that works. I just need to figure out how to integrate this. I may have to create separate entries, and I was thinking of like somehow reusing them, but the way I'm doing it probably won't work nicely. So we got that going. So Let's see if we can compile this into an executable. So so the source I used for that was this one. This shows how to compile a Tkinter app into a DMG, which is the executable on the Mac. And I translated this right here. I'm not going to be adding an icon because I never really made one. In theory, I should be able to say like Python or Python 3. Oh, come on. Not in the right directory. Now I am. So Python 3 setup.py. So setup requires. Must be a list of string. Unordered types are not allowed. What? So I have py2 app installed. So you do pip3 install py2 app. See, I've already got that.
Use argv emulate Python files. So if we Python files. So if we go to our
Looks like I made a mistake with this. So that's supposed to be the bracket. Fair enough. I think that's probably good. Oops. Good thing I made that mistake. No commands supplied. Why does that matter so much? Oh, the name probably interferes with some other Python thing. Bookmark setup.py. I'm just double checking. Do I have to install like setup tools? I don't see what's wrong here. Other than maybe I need this. I'll just forget it. Again, if I figure it out, I'll try to sum it up in a video maybe. Now the title up here, I did find a source for that. The title up in the top. Let me see if I can figure out which source that actually is. That one. Yeah, so normally when we run the app, of course, it'll... Come on. Okay, so it says Python up here. What if we wanted to say bookmark achiever right up there instead? Well, that's what this does. So we can say probably we'll probably paste. Well, actually, let's run this at the very top. And then the rest of it, I guess I'll put towards the bottom. And I think I'll just indent all of this back like that. And I believe in order to correct it, then we'll probably put the application name in quotes like that. It's originally Python, so it should be bookmark retriever. See if that happens to work. Maybe it needs to be one of the very first things. Wait, we might also have to add this too. Then I think it might work. Oh, heck yeah. About bookmark retriever. Nice. I love how it'll have my own title like that. So can this go to the bottom? I don't know. I'm guessing it can. We just forgot to import the library for it. The order does matter apparently. Fair enough. I'll try to remember to add commas before I add this type of stuff on GitHub. That is so cool. And there's a source I had to detect the frame rate, but I'm just gonna have it right there. I think it's time we wrap it up now. So I'll try to get all this broken stuff figured out. Yeah, I'll get the broken stuff figured out by the time. Oh, then I'll do like a 5 or 10 minute video, not with this fancy setup that I have here. So, yeah, I believe that is it. So, let's add that. Yep. All right. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, feel free to let me know. I'll try to get to you as soon as possible. Otherwise, yeah, I think that's it. So, thanks for watching and have a good one. Peace.